able to purchase, also post some animated stickers in the group. It's pretty cool. So you can go ahead and choose based on what is the sticker that you like. You can choose that specific sticker and you can make your offering through that. So these are the different ways we can connect with Devi Parashakti and make our offerings. Now, in the next segment of today's program, we are going to share with you how as Devi Parashakti revealed, the only place to protect ourselves is Adi Kailasa. So we are going to have an update on the multi-layer quarantine facility being provided in Adi Kailasa by the very administrators of Adi Kailasa after a short break.
The science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvajnapeetas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. Happen the whole planet here. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment,
just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years.
Nithyananda. Today's segment, we're going to see the COVID care protection that is happening for the animals and the environment in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam, which is the last ship that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has prepared for the whole humanity to protect themselves from COVID. So let us look at some of the stats today. In a first Bronx Zoo tiger, Nadia test positive for COVID-19. COVID-19 is just not for human beings alone. It is for animals also. And you can see here the tiger that had developed dry cough and loss of appetite. These symptoms were shown and it was tested positive for COVID-19. And it is believed to have contracted the virus from a caretaker who was asymptomatic at the time. And similar stories we can see from Virginia Zoo, where 2 tigers were tested positive for coronavirus, and they had shown mild respiratory symptoms at the Virginia Zoo in Norfolk. And we can see the same stories, similar stories being repeated in 2 Malayan tigers. And then we have the updates from Chennai Vandalur Zoo in India, where 9 lions were tested positive. And one of the lioness has died of suspected coronavirus infection. And here we have a big cat species was tested positive for coronavirus, which is a snow leopard. And it is the 6th animal species that has confirmed to have been infected with coronavirus through a human contact. And then we have one more lion, second lion in the Indian Zoo,
dies of COVID-19 and 10 more still being treated for infection. So more coronavirus infections are observed in the Vanalur Zoo, especially for the animals. Then you have 4 lions at Spanish Zoo were tested positive for COVID-19. The gorillas at San Diego Park test positive for coronavirus. And then we have here Ontario dog first in Canada to test positive for COVID-19. But the researcher says that there are likely more. An Ontario dog living with 4 human COVID-19 patients is the first dog in Canada to test positive for the virus. But the researchers say that the discovery doesn't mean pet owners need not worry. And here we have 23 dogs in Washington test positive for COVID-19 antibodies. And is SARS-CoV-2 infection in pets more common than what we thought? A small study that repeatedly tested the pets of people with COVID-19 suggests that 31% of dogs and 40% of cats acquired a SARS-CoV-2 infection. There remains no evidence that pets with infection can pass it on to people or animals. But the neutered pets or those that are shared a bed with a human with infection were likely to contract the infection. So what we have seen in this segment is the shocking facts and revelations that the animals who are in touch with humans through asymptomatic carriers or through active carriers, they also do develop the infections. And many of the rare species have already died because of the COVID infections. And what is the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization in terms of how we protect the animals and how we treat the animals as living beings? Let us see a short segment on the contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Department of Enlightened Civilization. So we have these global services under the Kailasa's Department of State, which is saffron Om, red Om, blue Om, white Om, yellow Om, and green Om. Where the saffron Om is working for world peace, conflict resolution, religious freedom. And what you're seeing here is the picture that shows peace walk by millions of peacekeepers of Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. And here you have Red Om providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate world hunger. Where you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally organizing relief efforts and free organic food distribution for Thane flood relief in Pondicherry. Then you have White Om providing psychological healing, spiritual counseling, and a superconscious breakthrough. Then you have Yellow Om providing Sat Vidya, yogic Ayurvedic solutions and medical care, including access to libraries and knowledge. Then we have Green Om working for protecting the environment, organic fruits, vegetables, and grains cultivated by the peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The produce is offered as Annadan, the charitable service of providing free organic meals to everyone through various embassies and centers of Kailasa. Then you've got Blue Om working for animal rights and prevention of cruelty towards animals. In Hinduism, cows are worshipped and endeared as Gau Mata, which embodies 330 million deities and is a form of the cosmic mother. Picture shows the Gau Mata with her car spending time with Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul of Adi Kailasa. The concerning body for the protection of animals, forests, and the oceans by establishing the lifestyle with zero impact on environment, and promoting the right for all the living beings to live and achieve enlightenment. The department seeks to ensure that Sri Kailasa contributes towards growing a more healthy planet Earth. Kailasa's Uniting Nations for Animal Rights is the extension of protection accorded by the Paramashiva to all his living beings, extended by His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam in USA in 2004 as an NGO serving the cause of welfare of beings. Now, let us see how is Kailasa working on protecting animal rights. Now, we're going to look into the Kailasa's Gau Mandir project that is envisioned to restore, revere, and culturally impart the knowledge of importance of cows as Gau Mata, raises the cow's status to Mandir and addressed it as Nithyananda Go Mandir. And Nithyananda Go Mandir is a Goshala established to bring back the glory of Desi breeds of cows of Bharat that are bred and developed by our great rishis of Vedic era to nourish and serve the ritual needs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has stressed about the importance of cows, their smell, power of Godhuli, addressed cow as the Gau Mata, mother, next to biological mother, who gave the birth and deserves all respect. He has been campaigning the vegetarian lifestyle for planet, going against the greedy, violent factory farming, and is bringing back the glorious agrarian-based society of Vedic era of Bharat. The Nithyananda Go Mandir project is maintained by the funds raised by the donations from Gaudan, Go Seva, Nitya Go Puja, offerings from Sarvajnapeetam. Swamiji has envisioned 5,000 plus daily cows in Nithyananda Goshala and showcasing to the world as the best Goshala and a place for the happiest cows, kept as per the Vedagamic instructions. Milks from the Desi cows are used for rituals and Abhishekam of Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, and it is consumed by Gurukul and Annalaya in Bangalore. Now you've seen how beautiful ambience is created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his Kailasas. It is just not for human beings, but it is also for all the living beings. How the ambience is completely protected, how they are revered, worshipped. The significance of each and every living being is beautifully established and grown in these ecosystems that are developed, organized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we welcome all the viewers. If you want to protect yourself from this pradaya, you have this opportunity to join our COVID care protection centers through the link below. You can register yourself in this link where kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. Let's take a few minutes for you to get registered before we move to the next very interesting segment.
please ensure you have registered yourself on kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
And welcome back. Now we will look into Kailasa COVID care. How Kailasa, as we all know, has always been open. Paramashiva's abode is always open to every being, not just so-called good, but to literally everyone. Human beings apart, all the animal life, the various living beings also seeking and getting the protection of Paramashiva in Kailasa. One can see here beautiful pictures of birds, the avian life, getting protection at the COVID care centers in Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa's Department of Environment and Animals welcome the first animal members of our COVID protection center of that day, who arrived as pets and quarantine members. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has always welcomed all beings in all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, ensured the provision of sanctuary facilities for pets and animals who are cared for with a non-violent vegetarian lifestyle. In this critical period of the onset of the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has opened the campuses of Kailasas all over India as part of the humanitarian effort to provide relief, safety, protection, care, social and spiritual welfare to one and all. One can see here pictures of how the avian life, the animals, in such an open space and a care and protection, and living in an absolutely non-violent lifestyle, including with vegetarian food. They are literally the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, who are the ones who are majorly taking care of and nourishing this avian life and animal life. For them, it is not only a spiritual practice of living ahimsa, but is also an exemplification of what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been teaching through various scriptures, through the Shastras, Vedagamas, of living Advaita, living in oneness. One can see here beautifully not only how the Balasans welcome these various living beings, but also how in outside world, as per the social conditioning that most adults grow up with, there is absolutely no sense of repulsion or a feeling of difference or non-oneness that we usually experience. Literally, the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, lived by these Balasans, enjoyed by them as they grow with these animal life, bird life, aquatic life, growing along with them. Here one can see glimpses from the Kailasa's Department of Environment and Animals, where in the Goshala, which is one of the major, the 5 pillars of Hinduism itself, where worship of the sacred cow, Go Mata, is done right from the wee hours of the morning, when the Gomata is taken from the Goshala to the temple, the Nithyanandeshwara Devalaya, where she is worshipped. The first worship of the day is offered to the sacred cow, to the Gomata, in the form of the Go Puja. And thereafter, in an absolutely non-violent way, the cows are milked, the calves are first fed their share. No milking machines, no violent means are used to treat the cows or to milk the cows, because in all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across the world, the cow is worshipped as mother. As the scriptures say, her very body is actually home to all the 33,000 deities in Hinduism, and every day the cow only contributes to our life. And here the sannyasis and the disciples, the peacekeepers of Kailasa, take the opportunity to experience that Advaita, the oneness with the cow, and through the milking enable the temple services of Abhishekam, where for the Moolavar, the Moola Shivalinga, which is the Swayambhu Shivalinga, which was formed under in the cave under the banyan tree, 7 times daily worship is offered, and one of the components for the Abhishekam, for the offering, is the milk from the Goshala, specifically taken from the non-hybrid cows, which are called the Gir cows, the natural breed with no genetic modification. And the same is used for the Abhishekam done to Kala Bhairava, the Mahakala Bhairava, at the main gate of the Adi Kailasa campus. Again, Abhishekam offered 7 times a day. More pictures of views of the Gomata being milked, the Goshala being cleaned by the sannyasis and disciples of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Similarly, Kailasa's COVID care protection and preventive centers in various de facto spiritual embassies across India. One can see here Kailasa in Thiruvannamalai, in Arunachala Sarvajnapeetam, the Goshala at Thiruvannamalai, where the cows are being served and taken care of. So if you want to avail of this COVID care protection facility, which Devi Parashakti has revealed and keeps reminding multiple times about the seriousness of the third wave, which onset is expected around the September of this year. Do not take it lightly. She has clearly said the only priority for all of us, especially the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is to be alive till the end of this year. That is the only priority. And for that, Bhagwan has opened the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa all over India, so that each one of us can avail of the multi-layer quarantine facility, which is the only way to save one's life in this deadly corona pandemic. Because otherwise, in the existing social infrastructure, it is practically impossible to quarantine oneself, because one is dependent on just the essentials to interact with people outside, be it the milkman or the grocer. So, in accordance with the ordainment of Devi Parashakti, we welcome, we exhort each and every one of you to register for the COVID Care Protection Center at any of the Kailasas in India, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa in India. To register, all you need to do is go to this link and register yourself. https://kailasa.org, that is kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASACARE. Let's take a few seconds now to register ourselves at this link.
If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvajnapeetas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to compete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed.
Welcome back. And now we will be looking into one very unique aspect of Adi Kailasa, which is home to the Nandi Sarvajnapeetam. Nandi Sarvajnapeetam literally is the lazy man's abode for enlightenment. Yes, this is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actually revealed when he was explaining about what the Nandi Sarvajnapeetam is all about, how it leads a person directly to enlightenment, and how it is practically a stress-free, leisurely, relaxed lifestyle to get enlightened. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is establishing the Nandi Sarvajnapeetam and reviving the entire tradition of the Gomata worship and Go Seva as per the Veda Agamic traditions. Gomata is ascribed in the scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma as a representation of all the 33 crores of gods, goddesses, and highly revered, respected, equal to the mother giving birth to one, serving her by any means, and in her company, empowers one with all the traits of enlightenment. The Nandi Sarvajnapeetam is going to open in various Kailasa all around the world. Just living with the cows, touching them, serving them, all one's violence, anger, everything just melts down. One becomes a compassionate and loving being. This is the power of the very muscle memory, the sacred cow. The Nandi Sarvajnapeeta is headquartered in Adi Kailasa on Nandi's Jiva Samadhi, and many Kailasas will have dedicated space for Nandi Sarvajnapeeta. Nandi Sarvajnapeeta will be hosting all beings of the world, and all genders will coexist, including human beings. All those who want to live this peaceful lifestyle, just taking care of cows, living with them, and experiencing enlightenment, can actually write to contact@kailasa.org or contact@gaumandir.org. One can register for the COVID care protection centers by registering at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And now we will explore what the sacred worship of cows in Hinduism is all about. To just list a few of the benefits of living with cows, just living with cows, touching them, serving them, all one's violence, anger, everything just melts down. One becomes a compassionate and loving human being. Thousands of ancient and modern day studies and researches and observations prove living, caring, and working with animals is the best cure for and healing for many mental illnesses and disorders and various mental problems. All those who want to live this peaceful lifestyle, just taking care of cows, living with them and experiencing enlightenment, should come to Nandi Sarvajnapeeta. Just the power of initiation and listening to Guruva, Shvetaketu became enlightened just by taking care of the Guru's cows. Go Seva is not just a good act, a noble act for some punya or social service. Go Seva is a direct path for enlightenment. Goshalas are one of the five pillars of the Kailasa ecosystem. Milk from the Goshalas are used for rituals and abhishekam of the Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalaya. Bhagavan says, I feel Goshalas are going to make more people enlightened in the modern era. From time immemorial in India, the Vedic tradition has encouraged an agrarian-based civilization. Cows have always played a pivotal role in the Vedic agrarian society. The cow is revered as the most sacred animal to Hindus, a fact that is evidenced by the dedication of several hymns and rituals, reverentially addressing it as Gomata, Divine Mother Cow, in all the sacred scriptures, including Vedas and Puranas. Gomata is a symbolic representation of 33 crore gods who are said to hold positions in various parts of a cow's body. As a representation of the divine, all auspicious ceremonies and rituals involve the cow and its produce. Everything from milk, butter, ghee, curd, cheese, even the cow's dung and urine are considered very sacred in the Hindu Vedic tradition. From the Vedic period to this day, gifting or donating cows to deserving persons was considered a very sacred act and a way to wash away all one's sins, karmas, samskaras of the past births and present births. Traditionally, cows are offered to redeem people of their karmas. Making the offering of donating cows and the offering of Go Puja to Kailasa's Department of Environment and Animals blesses and cleanses the Yajaman of all his sins and karmas, not only in this Janma, but all the past Janmas as well. Here are the glimpses from Kailasa's Department of Environment and Animals, where one is doing Go Puja, Ashwa Puja, and the Go Mandir. Every morning, the Go Puja is the first ritual to be offered at the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalaya. The cow, mother cow and the calf are offered the sacred worship as per the Veda Agamic tradition. To experience this and to protect oneself in the multi-layer quarantine facility without feeling the mental stresses of a quarantine lifestyle, as well as to experience the breakthrough into super consciousness through various means. This one of them being through serving the Gomata and the Goshala, to experience the Advaita, the oneness, to drop all one's anger, violence, just through the touch of the cow's body, which very muscle memory translates non-violence and compassion. One can register now through the link kailasa.org, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASACARE. Do register yourself now. And now we'll move to the next segment. Thank you for being a part of this Adi Kailasa ship, the only solution for the Pralaya. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are, If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvajnapeetas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who had just been joining with us and gathering with us for the Devi Parashakti Akashik reading program. And we are continuing on today's program on Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV. For all of you viewers, for all of the people who are new, and for all of the people who are Kailasians, our sympathizers, our friends, our family across the world, into further the third and fourth parts and the continued segments of presenting to all of you presenting to all of you the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and also the women of Kailasa and all of his devotees who are women. I'd like to begin again this segment by telling all of the viewers and once again expressing my sincere, humble, and absolutely deep gratitude to the UN, the ONHCR, in order to actually recognizing finally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the persecution that has been ongoing against him for the last decade. And I sincerely, after having witnessed so much and having been victim to so much and having seen the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, felt so much of uncontrollable pain for him having to go through so much and sacrifice so much just for all of us. For this, I really wanted to express my gratitude to the UN for finally giving some kind of reprieve. And I'd like to start today's segment for the continued presentation on the persecution by saying that, again, I'm one very blessed being who is able to stand and voice what happened to me and what Swamiji has done for me. I'm able to be alive in front of you today. I'm extremely blessed to be alive, extremely blissful and happy, living the life that I want to in so many different ways, just because of Swamiji. And not only because of his sacrifices, but out of his deep love and compassion and absolutely unconditional compassion, which so many people cannot even fathom in the world. And ultimately, that becomes the reason why they justify their criminal acts against him, their abuse, and their hatred. Because they simply cannot cognize, they simply cannot understand why and how there can be such a being who is so compassionate. Today, I'd like to emphasize to all of the viewers, I'm speaking to you directly, deeply pleading for each and every one of you to listen to my story, because I'm not the only voice. Over the past few days, you might have seen so many different women, children who have come on this show. And I'd like to speak on behalf of them as well and say that we are not the only voices. There's so many voices who are crying in deafening loudness, in deafening volume, and whose pain is just absolutely inconsolable, but they're absolutely neglected and made invisible, dehumanized by society and by anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces. Today, I'd like to tell my story as a way for each and every one of these voices to find a voice. If you are out there right now and you have been through what I have been through under the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces, I want to tell that you are not alone. You are not the only one going through what you have been through. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always been extremely compassionate to provide an ecosystem for you to recover from your pain, to recover from all the trauma that we have undergone. And he has healed me and so many others of trauma, pain, of going through what we have been through, taken the responsibility to make us flower into our utmost peak potential. You are out there and you have been attacked. You have been silenced by the anti-Hindu militant forces. I want to speak to you today and tell you that you are not alone. Please hear my story. Please understand that you are not alone in what you've been through. I have been through the pain, and I would like to tell all of you the truth about what the anti-Hindu militant forces are doing against Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What I'd like to begin telling today is beginning from 2005, my whole family went to meet Swamiji when I was just around 7-8 years old, and I had met Swamiji in a very beautiful cosmic intervention in my life when I was just 7 years old. And at that time, Swamiji initiated me as his disciple and initiated me as a Rudra Kanya. After that, in a whirlwind of beautiful 2 and almost 4 years, a beautiful ecosystem was created in Seattle, Washington, United States. I would like to tell all the viewers that it's really not a joke to take an ecosystem, a Hindu ecosystem, Hindu culture, heritage, tradition, which has almost been entirely lost, from one place and put it in an entirely different place and revive it to its utmost potential and revive it to the best of what it can be and help so many people. Let it help so many people. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2005, beginning in 2003, and in 2000, every single year, twice a year, he would travel city to city. And you can see here the inauguration of the Vedic temple of Los Angeles, I can say, which is today the Nithyananda Hindu temple in Los Angeles. Kailasa in Los Angeles, one of the headquarters for the whole Western world. This was the inauguration in 2007. And we can see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is here and not being welcomed to inaugurate the temple. At this time, in the beginning of the mission, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had worked to enrich life by life every single being that he came across, that who approached him, who requested him, not even requested, whom he even met in different places. He started this all in 2003, coming absolutely alone to the United States and started enriching one by one, traveling city to city. And by 2007 here, and of course in 2005, we had the inauguration of the ashram or adinam, a living complex and a living temple complex in Los Angeles. And just a few years later, the temple was able to maximize. You can see how huge the temple is. And of course, today it is absolutely incomparable to this scene, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is himself inaugurating the deities, doing the rituals, and not only in Los Angeles, but also in so many different cities, in Los Angeles, San Jose, in Houston, in Phoenix, Arizona, in Seattle, Washington, in hundreds of cities. He traveled day in and day out in order to enrich people and build these ecosystems. And once again, I'm saying that it is not a joke to take a tradition which is dying in one place and take that and bring it to another place and start reviving where the people need it, where the people are ready for it, and where it is alive and allowed to thrive. He had taken one tradition from one place and moved it to another, not moved it, but started it, revived it in another with a beautiful ecosystem, huge deities, colorful alankaram sets, jewels, everything that is needed for the ecosystem to run, the temple-based ecosystem that we celebrate in Hindu tradition, in Arunachaleshwara temple, in Madurai, in Varanasi, in so many different cities, and we enjoy them so deeply throughout our childhood. And we so deeply covet these sacred sentiments. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took them from one place and he brought them to another. And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Srividyahoma from in St. Louis, Washington, which is another place where, St. Louis, Missouri, which is another place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had carved the deities, carved the deities in India, shipped it from India to the United States, had it travel to city, and then inaugurate and consecrate those deities. And here he is conducting the Sri Vidyahoma with, see, this Venkateshwara is actually the Venkateshwara which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carved himself. And it is a 9-foot tall Venkateshwara, which is actually in the United States, the tallest Venkateshwara deity there, and actually carved from stone in one mold. So it is a very unique, absolutely passionate, absolutely driven to give people a super conscious breakthrough. And not only this, establishing the Hindu ecosystems, you can see how many people are there. You can see how Swamiji has trained the acharyas, the puja acharyas, how they should dress, how they should be conducting the rituals, everything. He has trained, he had literally poured his heart into, and in a completely different environment, in a place which is not supporting Hindus at all. But somehow he enriched one by one all of the Hindus who are there to create these beautiful ecosystems. And not only the temple ecosystems, but traveling city to city and giving discourses on beautiful sacred Hindu scriptures. The Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras. From 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism traveled city to city giving these discourses. And we have footage of that as well, on how he has traveled, he's given these beautiful discourses on in city to city. After he would speak these eloquent truths that literally would have the power to awaken the divine in you in that very second. He would give darshan to each and every individual. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would listen to each and every query, blessing, request, boon that the people wanted, and he would take care that they were fulfilled. And like this, one by one, 37 temples across the globe had been established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. 37 Hindu ecosystems with deities carved by him, shipped from India, with all of the paraphernalia, the Vedic paraphernalia established by him and revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after that, with thousands of centers and so many different places, the satsang centers, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally been able to establish beautiful ecosystems. And in one of these ecosystems is where I grew up. I grew up in Seattle, Washington, in the United States, and I was so blessed to have met and had the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when I was 7 years old, along with my family. And my family being from a Hindu background, a Brahmin Hindu background, we immediately were so in love with how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had given so much time, effort, his mission, his determination, his passion to revive the sacred Hindu scriptures and to revive these Hindu ecosystems, revive the Adi Shaivite minority community, Kailasa, across the world. And I have a few pictures that I'd like to share of myself and my family participating and volunteering in the beautiful Kailasa in Seattle, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revived. I'd like to share a few details about Kailasa in Seattle. Kailasa in Seattle is the Paschima Chidambaram temple, meaning the Western Chidambaram temple. It houses is the sacred shrine for Nataraja, the deity of Nataraja, who was a single mold, beautiful, 10 feet tall, golden Panchaloka deity that was carved and by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and still stands and dances today in Seattle, Washington, in the temple there. And Lord Nataraja, the very ecstatic, beautiful, blissful form of Paramashiva himself, was the first deity that I connected to when I was a child. When I was 10 years old, this temple we as a community, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had worked together to establish and revive this beautiful ecosystem. And my father was then ordained, and my father was then trained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the main Pujacharya, or the main priest of the temple. And after that, my mother was also the Annadhata, meaning the in charge, the responsible leader for the food services, the temple prasadams, the offerings, everything related to the kitchen of the temple. And my brother also, out of his own decision, he wanted to go and study in the Nithyananda Gurukul in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam. So my whole family became so involved in this beautiful ecosystem, and our lives were so enriched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this Kailasa which he created. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through his books, discourses, videos, the revival of the temple rituals, and through the revival of the sacred art, in all of these ways, enriched my life and my childhood so that I, as a child, could just literally surround myself in these beautiful sacred sentiments, inside and out, and live it, soak in it from a very young age. And at that age itself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had initiated me into as a Rudra Kanya, a temple, a dancer, a leader, a woman leader in the Kailasa ecosystem. These Rudra Kanyas are an ancient lineage or an ancient sampradaya, which were filled by women, and all of the Rudra Kanyas were temple administrators and protectors and guardians of the sacred Hindu art. So everything which the temple ecosystem and everything that had to do with the art and every single 64 of kalas, all of the art, were under the Rudra Kanyas. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even at that time, had initiated me as a Rudra Kanya, initiated me and empowered me to be a Rudra Kanya and live as a leader in the whole of Kailasa and work towards this revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that he is doing. Be a leader and empower myself and others with the sacred Hindu sentiments that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So this was the beautiful childhood that I was surrounded by, I was living inside. Now that I have explained, I hopefully all of you have understood how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had gone city to city, established the whole USA Sangha, a Kailasa in the United States, where so many thousands of people, so many thousands of centers, 37 cities, so many different cities, people, so many thousands of people were literally changing their very lifestyle and starting to live a beautiful lifestyle of Kailasa. And all of this is what had happened in just a few years, just a matter of a few years. At this time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, also in India, in so many different places, had actively been enriching with so many, in the same way, with so many different people, and also at least hundreds of thousands of people would flock to his discourses in India. And in India, he was attracting the nationwide attention, and of course, all over the world, the international attention to see and for the revival of Kailasa, which he was working towards. And at this time, with so much activity, with successful creation of ecosystems all over the world, and 1 billion people enriched and personally touched, transformed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he had been actually targeted by the anti-Hindu militant forces. Now, there are so many different examples that I would like to take when we talk about the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces, because perhaps Hindus have not done a good enough, responsible enough job in telling our story. And let me take a few examples to explain the existence and what the Hindu militant forces are like. For example, in Africa, the terrorist group had kidnapped children and had trained them, brainwashed them, manipulated them as child soldiers, and then made these poor, vulnerable children feel as though they needed to go and fight their own people, kill their own family members, and rape their own sisters. In the Rwandan genocide, in the Cambodian genocide, in the Yazidi genocide that is ongoing right now, in even the Jewish Holocaust, rape and child abuse was used as a weapon of war. It was used in order to weaken and absolutely demobilize, destabilize an entire civilization. And in the same way, the anti-Hindu forces had done against Hindus. And against Kailasa, against the revival of the Supreme Pontiff, the revival of Kailasa, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was actively, successfully doing. And again, I would like to say this because I am victim and witness to what happened. And after so much of trauma, pain, and after that, desperation to understand why what was happening, and why so many of us are victims, I wanted to understand why. And that is why I myself went to the point of seeing where all this happened in the Cambodian genocide, in the Yazidi genocide that's happening right now, in the Rwandan genocide in Africa. In so many different places, it has been a weapon war. And in the same way, the anti-Hindu militant terrorists have used rape, child sexual abuse, child sex trafficking, child molestation and manipulation and brainwashing, as well as objectification of women, sexualization of women in the media, and as well as rape and sexual assault of women against Kailasa and the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. And this is exactly what, thankfully, 10 years later, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism finally was able to be recognized for. And the persecution which happened against him, he was been able to be recognized for. That until now, he has stood for protecting Hindu women, period. I invite all of the viewers once again to share the link to see how the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT women, and how the whole world we're just now being able to get the international attention. How we went literally door to door, begging, judiciary to judiciary, government to government, media house to media house, begging, asking for justice, that what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was doing was right, purely good for the world. And finally, the United Nations has recognized, and we are getting international attention for the crimes done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples, especially his women disciples, and the Balasans, the children who have decided to live their life and dedicate their life to the future of Hinduism. In the same way that rape has been used as a weapon of war in all of the genocides and holocausts of history so far, it has been used against Kailasa and the Adi Shaivite minority community. And I'd like to now explain to all of the viewers how that exactly happened and what the anti-Hindu militant forces had done to victimize me and also so many people across the world. Before going forward, just wanted to show once again to all of the viewers, this is the ecosystem that I was able to be brought up in. There's the Nataraja deity that I am still so in love with, that have literally, because Swamiji has done so much of hard work, blood, sweat, and poured his energy into. He had put this ecosystem just made this ecosystem available for me, surrounded me by this ecosystem, and helped me grow. My whole family, as you can see, all the pictures, my whole family was involved, and even the main Pujacharya, who's sitting in the front and leading all of us, is my father. My mother is also seated there as well, doing the Guru Puja. These are all my cherished childhood memories of doing Guru Puja, sitting in the sacred space of this temple and sitting with deep sacred sentiments towards my Guru. From a young age, of course, with the help of my parents, with the teachings, guidance of my parents as well, I was taught that the Guru is God. And this beautiful sacred sentiment is how I was able to empower myself at a young age. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had worked so dedicatedly to enrich lives one by one. Now you're seeing the photos. Thank you to the NTV operator for projecting those. Now you're seeing the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here he is with the Francois, the St. Louis governor. So he was the governor of St. Louis, and he was in this. The governor of St. Louis had awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism a certificate of recognition, and like this, across the United States, in so many different cities, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was awarded, recognized, and even the scientific community, which you can see here, are recognizing, inviting him to be able to further their scientific experiments and their scientific discoveries. And here you can see the congregation of leaders. Actually, this is a Kumbh Mela held in the United States. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only leader who has revived the Kumbh Mela in the United States. And year by year, himself conducting the Kumbh Mela with all of the sacred rituals and all of the dedication to revive the celebratory sacred sentiments of the Kumbh Mela. And he revived this culture in Los Angeles, in Ohio, in St. Louis, in so many different cities, as you can see here. In this video, which is also available on YouTube, which you can go and see, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had invited all of the a congregation of Hindu leaders to come and be seated and be invited to a platform where they could discuss revival of Kailasa in the United States. And as you can see here, a huge list of recognition of different certificates that were all from extremely notable, esteemed leaders of the United States government, even the California state legislation, the Supreme Court of California, the Senate, all have, as you can see here, even yes, even the Senate of California, the California state legislation, the different cities in California, including Artesia, have been given the keys to the city. All the keys to the city were gifted and presented to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in appreciation of the amount of work that he did. Not only that, not only in the US, but also in Canada, for the work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did in 2016, the Premier of Canada had recognized and given a letter of recognition for the amount of work that had gone into the Annadan, serving hundreds of thousands of people every single day, free food, free medical camps, free healing services, everything, absolutely free of cost. And here you can see all of the different recognitions by extremely notable people. The California state legislation, the Assembly of California, the County of Los Angeles, all of these people recognized the work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did. So as you can see here, the Premier of British Columbia had given the keys to the city to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on a tour. And during one of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's tour, the Premier of British Columbia had been an honored guest in the tour, and then presented the keys of the city to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So like this, more than 40 awards, recognition, is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had worked and earned through his hard work, dedication, absolute, unconditional love for the whole of humanity. And it was this that the anti-Hindu militant forces and terrorists had simply destroyed and had cunningly, strategically worked to absolutely destroy, take over for two things. One, to leech the resources of the whole Sangha that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked so hard for, and to leech those resources and use it for their own criminal activities, and also for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to ultimately not be able to stop his mission, to eliminate him entirely, arrest, or to assassinate him and dispose of him completely. And now, coming back to what happened to me in the year 2008, anti-Hindu militant forces, the terrorist forces, had targeted me in order to use me as a pawn in their conspiracy against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in the next few minutes, I'd like to share with each and every one of you about how this happened. I'd like for each and every one of you to, if you can, comment down below. And I'd love to have a conversation with each and every one of you about what is the crisis at hand. I hope that you've been listening so far to my story, and I hope that you have the patience and are able to listen at this point in time to my story, which I plead and insist that is not the story of just one girl, but what is happening, the trauma, the pain and suffering that has been happening and is happening against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all Hindu women. I would like to rejoin each and every one of you. Please stay tuned. We'll be with you right back after a very quick break. Thank you so much.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. Thank you so much once again. I really am humbly thanking each and every one of you for listening in to this broadcast at the moment, for allowing me to take your time and express my deepest humble feelings and allowing me to express my story. Yes. I'd like to continue on from where I had left off. I had been a 11, 12-year-old in this beautiful ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had created for me and so many hundreds of people to be enriched in their life and to empower themselves with a pure consciousness and empower themselves to make superconscious breakthrough happen in their life. And it was at this time that I was targeted by the anti-Hindu militant terrorists and one of their leaders. The anti-Hindu militant terrorists infiltrate into Hindu sanghas, Hindu communities, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, into Hindu households even, and they literally do whatever they can to take over and use their resources to fuel their own criminal activities, take over the entire sanghas, take over the entire Kailasa, the entire communities, and literally make absolute rubbish, make literally the Hindu ecosystem destroyed to the point of no return. In Seattle, Washington, as I was in the United States, it became a target where as an isolated place, as a place away from India and away from so many places, it became an opportunistic ground for the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces to target me and my family. And I know that I'm not the only one. I was told very clearly by the leader of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists that I was not the only one to have gone through, to be one of their victims, to have gone through what I have gone through. And I know that there's so much more than what I have been witness to. And thank God that Swamiji that he has protected me unconditionally, and he absolutely ensured that my life would not go to waste. When I was 12 years old, in November of 2008, my mother had gone to India in order to take care of our sick grandmother. And at this time, I became a very vulnerable target to the leader of the anti-Hindu militant force. And he was one of the leaders who would later show himself to the media actively conspiring against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His name was Vinay Bharadwaj. He was 33 years old, and I was 12. To show you how much dedication, how impressive is the building of the Kailasa in the United States. in the next segment, I'd like to show you how the anti-Hindu militant forces used to rape against women and children in order to entirely destroy that and destroy the effort to revive Kailasa and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, revive Hinduism. When I was 12 years old at that time, Vinay, the leader of the anti-Hindu militant forces, had started to pay special attention to me. He started to, I can say, he started to pay special attention to me. And in the whole temple, I was the one who was the daughter of the priest. I was the one who was the daughter of the Annadata. And my parents, being extremely humble, sincere, kind, friendly, devotional, had accepted Vinay as their friend and trusted him, as we all do in our community. We are a trusting, loving community, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. When I began to be manipulated and targeted by the leader of the anti-Hindu forces, the anti-Hindu terrorist, Vinay, I myself absolutely silenced by his words, by his actions, and by the power that he exerted over me and everyone else. Vinay Bharadwaj had been conspiring since that time. The moment he set his eyes on me, he used me as a pawn against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I would like to tell all of the viewers that it makes me extremely vulnerable, and I'm very sorry. I'd like to give a trigger warning to all of you viewers that what I'm about to say is extremely traumatic for myself and perhaps for some of you if you are a child abuse survivor, if you are a sexual abuse survivor. This is a trigger warning for each and every one of you that what I'm about to say is going to be extremely raw and extremely truthful about what he did and what had happened. When I was 12 years old, he started to speak to me about Swamiji, about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he started to lure me away into his private spaces, into a private room in the temple, saying, oh, I'm tutoring her, I will give you tutoring, or I will help you in meditation, or I will, or he would say that I will make all of, I'll teach you meditation, I'll teach you the sacred scriptures. He would say this, and he would lure me away to private spaces, to different rooms, private rooms in the temple. And then, when that escalated, he started to then take me and call me on the phone when I was I'm sorry, it is very difficult for me to express this in words. So I request all the viewers to stay tuned. I would like to fully express myself and tell my full story. I request each and every one of you to stay tuned, and please, if you could, give your time to listen to my story. Thank you so much. We'll be right back with you after a short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Thank you for your patience for waiting. I really would like to tell all the viewers my story, how back to all the viewers. Thank you so much for your patience, for waiting while as we just took a short break. Before I get into my whole story, over the last 10 years, it's honestly been a realize how much unconditional compassion in the world. I've seen the embodiment of most through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And though I have undergone, or though I have been victim against these anti-Hindu militant forces, terrorists, I have still been able to see recovery, joy in my life, absolute bliss, and possibility for my future because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I wanted to welcome back all of the viewers, give a brief summary, and then continue on with my story for all of you. Once again, it just fills me, and I've been keeping on saying this, but it just, every single time I remember, I am just filled with so much of immense gratitude that somehow the cosmos has answered the prayers of so many devotees across the world. For the UN to have recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the ASMT women, the women of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. Kailasa is the most progressive movement in order to revive, protect the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, which is an indigenous community from Sanatana Hindu Dharma originated from India. And over the last 2 decades, 27 years, actually, I should say, so almost 3 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked, has poured his blood, sweat, passion, drive, his energy, so much into building, reviving Kailasa, and he was successful. And that was why the anti-Hindu militant forces, terrorists, the most criminal, nefarious people in the world, had targeted him to attack him, destroy and eliminate him through assassination attempts, and ultimately to take over the Sangha, to take over this huge nation and revival movement and use the resources, rape the women for their own absolutely perverted desires and criminal activities. We have seen over the last 2 decades how this has happened in Hindu communities, how continuously it is happening again and again. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope for each and every one of us to have a true, pure Hindu ecosystem. And it is my request and my plea to all of the viewers that you listen and understand that today we're able to say the UN has recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but there are millions of voices that are still not heard. I really request the UN and all of you, all of the viewers, take action today. Share as much as you can about the efforts and the movement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but what he is doing for each and every one of us to be able to live the true Hindu lifestyle. I'd like to request and plead to all of the viewers that even though today we're able to say the UN has recognized and the ONHCR has actually recognized by posting Kailash Union, by posting Kailasa as one of the indigenous minorities that has been persecuted and has publicly displayed and shown the world our story, and he's given us a voice after a very, very long time about the persecution that the Supreme Pontiff and so many people, women, children, have undergone. And even though we're able to say that finally we have a voice, we still request all the viewers, everyone who is watching right now, to join us and make our voice known until Kailasa is revived, until the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have their ultimate fruition to empower each and every Hindu across the world and revive Hinduism to have a Hindu nation. We have not ended and we will not stop. We cannot stop, because even though I might be one voice among millions who have been raped, victimized by the anti-Hindu militant terrorists out there, I'm not the only one. And by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, I was protected entirely, and so much he went through just for me to be able to survive this huge attack. But I'm not the only one. I know that I'm not the only one, and perhaps even some of you viewers are victims of the anti-Hindu militant forces. So I request that each and every one of you, as a victim, I'm speaking to each and every one of you, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has helped me, has healed me entirely, has seen through my recovery to the other side, and ensured that my peak possibility is realized, and has given me a chance, more than a chance, has given me everything I needed to reclaim my life entirely back. Because of this, I am absolutely grateful, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you who has given their time now to listen to my story. Over the last segment that we were listening to, we understood, I was able to show to all of you the footage of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he was inaugurating different temples across the USA. We saw the different meetings with Congress leaders, with governors, with so many different members of the House of Representatives of the United States, the Senate of the United States, and how for each and every single person he uplifted, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brought so much of transformation. And we have been able to enjoy so much across so many thousands have been able to enjoy what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had done, his work, and how he had literally revived, brought a Hindu tradition, Hindu ecosystem from one place to another. And he revived it from a dying place where it was being attacked and victimized, literally stamped on until it was buried under the ground. And he brought it from there to the United States, to so many places across the world where it would be cherished, enriched, and where it could grow and seek new possibilities in the whole world and start to serve its original purpose. Over the course of just 1-2 years, the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, everything that he did to revive, was entirely destroyed by molested, manipulated, brainwashed, and so much. I'd like for all of the viewers and every single one who is listening that I request your time today to listen for my story and allow me, if I can, to express really the truth behind the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, many, even in a few audio, so let us right back.
Nityanam. Nityanam. Sorry for the delay. Welcome back, dear viewers. So we will be, for those who are just joining us now, we will be entering into the harrowing story of one ASMT child who fell prey, who fell victim to the anti-Hindu militant forces who attacked her and her family to bring the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism down and to attack the entire ASMT community. Yes, Ma Sadashivapriya, I think you've already introduced about your background a little bit and about the experience that Swamiji's given you in the enlightenment ecosystem. So can you just elaborate, review that for the viewers a little bit, and then we can enter into the story.
Yes. And thank you, Maniti Purnapriyananda, for being here today, for helping me to tell my story. It's an extremely vulnerable part of my life, and it's just extremely helpful for someone to be there while I'm telling my story, especially to the whole world at this time. So thank you so much. I'd like to once again tell all of the viewers that, again, it is not just my voice, it's not just my story that I'm sharing today, but the story of so many millions of Hindu women, of ASMT women who are undergoing the same thing. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had created, revived, literally took from one place to another, from one place where the Hindu tradition was dying and being beaten and brutally destroyed. And he took that from one place and revived it across the world for billions of people to enjoy. And in the USA, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in just the year 2003, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism traveled for the first time to the United States, and he traveled entirely alone. He started enriching one by one for each person to have superconscious breakthrough. And just over the course of 5 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established 37 well-established Hindu ecosystems. He established thousands of centers with hundreds of thousands of people who would flock to darshans and satsangs and programs held by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he established what is the most valuable thing, which are the ASMT communities in each place, an ecosystem where one can thrive, revive these sacred Hindu sampradayas, and we can all cherish and enrich each other with a beautiful, loving community. So in that
Yes.
place.
Yes, Ma, and you were part of one of those enlightenment ecosystems in Seattle, as you've already shared with the viewers.
Yes.
So can you share a little bit about that experience and then how you had fallen victim to the attacks of the anti-Hindu militant groups?
Yes. So I was a part of this beautiful Hindu ecosystem in Seattle, Washington. I request if the NTV volunteer can actually project those visuals. We have pictures from my childhood, actually cherished memories where I have been a part of the Hindu rituals. I was training for sacred arts, and it was such a beautiful ecosystem that I really loved, adored, and felt absolutely powerful in. It was the best childhood, as far as I know, having been growing up in, having been exposed to the best of the Eastern culture and the best also of the United States and the Western culture. So in that environment, I was suddenly targeted by the leader of the anti-Hindu militant forces. His name was Vinay Bharadwaj. He was 33 years old in November 2008 when he started targeting me, and I was 12. And at this time...
Oh, please go ahead.
Yes. At this time, he had started to lure me away from all of my general activities, my friends, and my parents. Everybody in the temple had trusted him, even trusted him with extremely trustworthy positions and responsible positions in the temple, with leadership as a leader. And in that place, in that kind of time where he was a trusted member of his community, he absolutely exploited that. And when he started to talk to me, he was speaking, telling me that that he would tutor me in even school studies. He would tutor me in meditation and spirituality, and he started taking me to private rooms in the temple. And
yes.
and
so
in these, yes.
So when he started giving you this attention, did you notice that he was giving others this attention, or was it specifically targeted at you?
Well, it was for me specifically. My mother was the kitchen in charge. She was a responsible member for all of the food services of the temple, all of the free food services, all of the annadan that we did, the coordination for different services for food, even with food services on the outside, everything that had to do with food. My mother was in charge, and my father was the main priest of the entire temple. So, and my brother had actually been, he was in Gurukul in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam. So
you guys were very much key members of the ASMT community, were leaders, and your family was responsible for a lot of the community activities. So
yes.
it sounds clear to me that it was a planned attack to target the leaders, the members who are responsible of the community, to bring them down. Do you feel that this is the case?
Yes, exactly. I would say that is exactly the case. And not only that, at a very young age, I was initiated and trained and guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to take up, and he encouraged through the ecosystem to learn the sacred arts, to start for me as a young child, as a young girl, to start training in rituals and to start even conducting some of the rituals in the temple, and to learn and train under my father, the priest, the Pujacharya, to to become a very core member and a leader of the community. So it's not a coincidence here that I was targeted due to the fact that I was very much going to be revived,
A key member, a leader of the community.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and not only that, reviving one of the most vulnerable, most precious sampradayas or lineages of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is the Rudrakanya Sampradaya, which is one of what is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been reviving, working for since that time, in empowering young girls and women with sacred arts and Hindu rituals and teachings. And I was centrally there. I was centrally one of the children who was being trained, and also very much unable to do so because of my background and the role and position and leadership that my parents were taking.
Yes.
And I had that potential, and that's why I was targeted.
Yes. And, very few female children get this opportunity. If not for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, very, very few female children will get the opportunity to get trained in the temple sciences, to get trained as Rudrakanya. And you got that special opportunity. Yes,
exactly. And I just like to say one thing before going. If any Hindu woman, if they had the opportunity as a young child to start becoming involved in the temple, to start having training in sacred arts, into Hindu dance and Hindu singing, in all the different arts, and also temple rituals, which unfortunately the degraded mainstream Hinduism, which is far from the original Hinduism, no woman gets that opportunity, that gets that sincere blessing of what the original Hinduism, the original scriptures are telling and empowering women to do so. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the only religious leader, the only Hindu leader to courageously take that up and make sure that the Hindu women and girls are empowered across the world. So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, due to the anti-Hindu militant forces that were at work here, you unfortunately got targeted as a victim, as someone who Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was directly training, directly empowering. And so can you share a little bit about that and how you felt victim to the anti-Hindu militant forces?
Yes. When it started, I was absolutely manipulated, brainwashed. I was not able to think for myself. And only later on, when I was 16 or 17 years old, I was starting to research about why this happened to me, or why I was so overpowered manipulated and brainwashed. I started reading about Stockholm syndrome and different these kinds of scenarios and different kinds of cases which have actually happened, where the victim falls in love, literally, or is so brainwashed to the point where they think actually that they're in love with their abuser and their kidnapper, and even, you know, the terrorist who took them away, and they think they're in love, and in that way they're brainwashed to do whatever they say. And even if they're telling to leave, or even if they're being told to leave, they will not want to leave. So
Yes.
at that time, I can say that's the only way. And I was 12 years old. I had
Yes.
not
And you
even
said he was 33,
started.
so nearly 20 years older than you, more than 20
Exactly.
years older than you.
Yeah. And when this whole thing started, when he started to manipulate, he started to talk to me, he started to take me into private rooms in the temple and all this, I had not even started my periods yet. I was not even a mature adult, even starting puberty. Even my whole body, everything was just a child. I had not matured even to the point of having breasts or, you know, starting my period. I was just a child at that point.
But
And
he
I
did
had no
not,
idea.
yes, he did not, that did not matter to him, of course. So if you feel comfortable, would you mind sharing exactly what he did to you and how he manipulated you and how he isolated you from your family, your community, and
Yes.
attacked you and made you a victim to his
Yes.
scheme? Yes, go ahead.
Yes. When I had started, he started to call me every single night and talk to me on the phone. And he would tell me that I should keep a secret from my parents. And he started to call me on the phone every single night. And then he would tell me to, he would give a missed call to me, and then he would tell me to call him back immediately. And he would just manipulate so that I do whatever he says in this way. And so one day when my parents were not home, so my mother had gone to India, and at this time my father was working, so at this time he could and since it's such a trustworthy environment, such a loving community, he knew where I live. He was very much always coming to different gatherings in our private homes. In the temple was separate, and our homes, our private homes, were separate. So we were living separately from the temple. But Vinay, one day he came to my house, and I opened the door, and I see him there. I was so shocked that he was in front of me. Because I had because actually I was alone at home, and he knew that. He knew I was alone at home, and he entered the house. And at that point, he wrapped his arms around me, and he started making me extremely uncomfortable. But I had no way of saying no. I didn't know what to say at that point.
You were just 12 years old.
Yeah, I was so manipulated by him, even into thinking that we're in some kind of relationship, even though it went beyond all kinds of logic. And after that incident, every single day he would call, make sure that I speak to him. Every single week, at least 3 to 4 times a week. I can even say every other day, 3 to 4 times a week. Either he would come to my home, or he would meet me in school, and he would pick me up from school and take me in his car to like the woods. Where we lived was a very woody area, forested area. So we could go, like, if he could take me, he could take me into a very dark portion of the woods, and nobody would be around. And he would take me even to his own apartment. He would literally kidnap me. And in that time, he would take my clothes off and rape me repeatedly, even if I screamed, even if I was just not, even if I didn't want, absolutely, even if I was screaming against him, he was just continuously manipulating me to do whatever he says, to the point where I was just a slave to him.
Yes.
And I would just in order to get rid of him, or just end the whole thing, I would do whatever he says.
Yes, and this is how these pedophiles and attackers groom their victims. They get the trust of the victims, they get the trust of the family, they get the trust of the community, and then they slowly lure them away from their family, their community, so they're completely isolated. And I'm sure that's exactly how you'd experienced it, where even if you wanted to share this with someone, if you had wanted to cry out for help, you felt too isolated. I'm sure this is the case for you.
Exactly. And honestly, that's really the truth. I was absolutely alone. I was absolutely just not even able to speak to anyone, because Vinay had taken over my entire life, everything. Whether I wake up in the morning, whether I go to sleep, whether I am eating, whether I'm studying, everything he wanted to know, and he wanted to know where I was doing it, why I was doing it, and he wanted to.
So he had full control of you, everything.
Yeah,
even when you were not with him, he was still
Exactly.
controlling you. And because you were too young, you weren't mature enough to understand, he was easily able to manipulate and control you.
And I was not able to speak to my parents. He told me not to speak to my parents, and he would threaten. And because he was everything in my life, and he had completely taken over everything in my life, he could just do whatever he wants. If he says Swamiji is wrong, Swamiji is an abuser, even though that absolutely devastated me, because my guru was everything to me. And even
you
if
knew
I
it not
thought,
to be true.
yes,
You knew that he was just lying, and you knew that he was simply trying to attack Swamiji, but at the same time, you were too helpless.
Exactly. He was manipulating me to turn against Swamiji actively. And he was telling me that, trying to convince me that Swamiji was wrong. And I would fight him for it. I would say, no, I do not want to stop going to the temple. I do not want to stop talking to my parents. He would say that my parents are puppets, and that Swamiji was brainwashing them. He would say that everything that he was doing, that he was manipulating, he was brainwashing, he would say that Swamiji was doing all that. And even when I fight him, he would become so angry. He would scold and literally verbally abuse me, and then he would not talk to me for 2 days. And I had nothing to do, because I had broken all of my relationships with my mom, with everybody. I couldn't say what he was doing. I didn't know what he would do next. So I couldn't even say the truth of what was going on. And he started feeding me all of these absolute lies about Swamiji, about the Sangha, that I knew was absolutely false, but I couldn't say anything at that time because of how much he had complete control over me.
So at this time, he was basically grooming you to be one of the pawns in his plan to attack Swamiji, to attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and to destroy the entire ASMT community.
Yes, and I would really like to emphasize that this was in the summer of 2008 and 2009, when he was actively trying to manipulate, brainwash me before any even sign of attack was happening. He was using me. He was actively trying to use me again as a pawn in his conspiracy against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he told me that it's not just me.
So there were other victims like you then?
Yes, I'm very sure of it. He told me. And he told that I'm not the only victim, or he told that actually that he himself admitted that he was having multiple relationships. And
Oh,
he
wow.
would even ask me, like, are you jealous? And all this, like, sick.
Just manipulating you and then making sure that you know that you're replaceable for him. So you continually want to come back to him and continually want to do what he says.
Yeah. And I couldn't do anything at that point. I was so lonely. At that point in my life, I literally my whole health collapsed. Like and my parents would see this. I was starting to lose weight, lose hair. I was not talking in school. Actually, at that time, I had even gotten sick and I was not able to go to school. And I would spend half the day sleeping. And my parents did not know what was going on with me. They were obviously so concerned with my health. But at the same time, and they saw the signs of how Vinay was manipulating. He was being so intrusive in the temple itself. And so to the point where he would
Go ahead.
to the point where he would publicly embrace me, publicly, as if nobody would see it and people would just accept that. But of course my parents were so alarmed. At that point, I couldn't say anything to my parents. I was feeling so alone every single day. And Swamiji was the only one who I held on to in my heart. Every single day, I would write to Swamiji in my diary, whatever, even if something would happen in what I thought was a relationship with Vinay, I would write to Swamiji. I would say, this and this happened. We had this fight. He's saying this against you. I don't know what to do. Please help me, Swamiji. Even if we had a fight, or if that day I considered as a good day when I was absolutely brainwashed and manipulated, I would tell Swamiji everything and write it down. I would hold Swamiji so close to me, because even though I was manipulated, brainwashed, everything, he was the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus. Swamiji had literally become my God. He was my guru. And as that role in my life, that literally protected me from having mental collapse, from even maybe committing suicide at that point, and several times after. And also, he was everything that I held on to. So
yes,
whenever Vinay would tell me that he would start to hint at this conspiracy, I would become so powerless.
Yes, it must have been really painful to hear the one person who has been holding you, who has been protecting you, who's been nurturing you, caring for you, empowering you, to be abused like that. That must have been completely heartbreaking for you.
Just devastating. And my world, like, every single time he said something, I would feel I would, like, every single time Vinay had started to speak to me and started to convince me and started all this, I would just be so angry and throw the worst tantrums. But I had
from the beginning, you knew that whatever he was saying was a lie. You knew that whatever Vinay and his conspirators were planning and doing was completely a lie.
The exact words he said against Swamiji was saying that what he was saying was that the words I remembered that burned me so deeply that he lied was that he was trying to say that Swamiji, my guru, he was actually trying to say that that Swamiji also was having relationships with women, like how Vinay was having. And I was so clearly seeing that he was trying to project this absolutely false thing, which he was doing, which Vinay was, the character that Vinay was, the womanizer. and the child molester and child rapist
Pedophile.
and the most disgusting criminal. He was trying to put that on Swamiji and take over the entire Sangha. And
that's
later on-
exactly what he tried to do, right? When yes, you can share about how the situation had escalated and how finally you had come out of the situation despite it escalating to the point of him trying to kidnap you and take you away from your family. You can share a little bit about that.
Yes. So despite having so many fights with him, everything, I was not able to stop my relationship or stop, talking to him completely. One day he told me to pack my things, and at this point he was already, even because my parents had alarmed the administrators in the temple, because my parents had taken extreme measures to notify the administrators of the temple. Ultimately, it was escalated to Swamiji. Vinay was banned from the Sangha, from the entire SMT community. And they started to investigate what he was doing more than the kinds of things that he was doing with me. He was entirely...
Sorry, I just want to reiterate for the viewers that your parents had some suspicions about him, but they did not know to the degree and level that he was abusing you.
No, they didn't know because I didn't tell anything, and it was very much well hidden, and not, and as responsible members of the whole community, they're not continuously around me. So if he wanted, he can simply manipulate, kidnap me to some place, and they would not know, and I didn't tell them.
So despite not knowing the extreme that this situation had gone, the administration had taken such an extreme action of banning him, just from what they can assume is just him giving a little extra attention.
Little extra attention and communication with a minor. This was they put a full stop, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and also the administration of the temple and the ecosystems there had just put a full stop to him even interacting with me, and they removed him. They made sure that he would not be able to contact me. But because of how much he manipulated me, he was still in contact with me through my devices, through the laptop and phone which I had. And
and your family didn't know about this at the time.
No. And he would tell me to create code words when to tell when my parents were in around the room, or he would tell me not to call him by his name, or he would tell me to call him a secret name, and he would also call me a secret name. It was an absolutely, as I'm remembering,
very manipulative situation.
Really manipulative situation, and it's just criminal to the point of, I can't believe I survived. So one day what happened was it came to the point where I was not only I was just physically and emotionally everything exhausted in November of 2009, and I was so exhausted. And one time he just came he was chatting with me online, and he said, "It's come time that we have to start." He said, "Pack up your things, whatever you need, and..."
Sorry, one moment. Start what?
He said, he said it's come time. And
so he was implying that it was come time for him to execute his theme, his plans to attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to destroy the SMT community, using you as the pawn.
Yes, exactly. And he was saying, and that's exactly what he said. He said that, he said, "Pack up your things. I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to come." He gave me a location, and he said, "Come here pack up your things, pack up just, whatever you need, and come to this location. I'll pick you up. And then he said that you're going to file a false case against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And
Oh God.
he told me that he wanted to take over the entire Sangha from Swamiji, and just and then like literally put away Swamiji and just destroy and eliminate him entirely.
Wow. So
And
you must have been heartbroken at this point.
I was just devastated. Of course, I just knew that I could not do that. And it just came to the point where I collapsed. Really and entirely, but I collapsed. I decided that I could not do that. And even though he told me that, I told him I would do that. I told him I would come. But instead, I wrote the entire thing, every single detail in a letter. And I walked to my parents and I just told them the entire truth of what happened, of what he was doing.
Everything that he had done to you, he was trying to pin that on Swamiji just for the sake of destroying the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his entire mission, and eliminating him and imprisoning Swamiji.
Yes, that is exactly it. I'm absolutely sure of it, especially with the events escalating. And after that, as I was working to file a restraining order against Vinay, how he had suddenly become desperate because one of his pawns, and his probably the one he was depending on to fight for him, one of his pawns had failed. He started escalating all attacks in all directions, and he filed.
Just one moment. Before, you had said that he had tried to kidnap you and take you in, and you had agreed. At that point, you had told your parents everything. So what happened exactly after that?
What happened? I stopped all communication. My parents had just taken away my devices for, as in not taken away, but I stopped my communication with Vinay. And at that point, I had been, I was just extremely, at that point, just taken into their lap, taken into a lap of protection. And I wanted, nobody told me to do anything. Nobody told that I should, nobody told me, that I have to fight or that I have to not fight. But I decided that I have to do something against him for what he did to me. So my parents helped me file a restraining order against Vinay in January of 2010.
So this was immediately after he tried to kidnap you.
Yes. Yeah. He tried
to. You filed the restraining order, and then and stopped all communication with him. At that point, did he try to contact you again, even despite the restraining order being imposed?
He tried to contact me, but I was not speaking with him. And my parents, I think, had spoken to him, then said please don't talk to her. And I did not speak to him at all. But there's several instances where he called. He was giving missed calls and blackmail in so many different ways in the subsequent months as things were just escalating. And I was seeing what Vinay was hinting at me for so long, that there's so many people, and what he was trying to tell me, what he was trying to convince me, he was then I could see how that literally erupted across the entire USA and in India with all of the media, everything.
So
I saw.
In January of 2010, you would file the restraining order against him. And then in March of 2010, the same year, Vinay and all his co-conspirators had filed a false case against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes.
basically the exact same thing that he had done to you. He had filed a case against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, saying that he had done that to an unknown victim.
Yeah. And in the USA, the cases that Vinay filed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the temple, all of them, he was actively saying that he was the victim of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is absolutely absurd. And because, of course, I know this because I was his victim. And because I wasn't there to play that part of victim for him, he started to escalate and file at least 4 to 5 cases in the state of California against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
So at this point, he must have been desperate, as one of his key pawns had fallen through, had decided to break away. I'm sure many of his other victims also were able to escape, were able to realize that they were getting manipulated by Vinay and his co-conspirators. And so at this point, he was desperate to continue his attack, to play out his attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, exactly. And over the course of the next few months, I would see the most heartbreaking things where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested, and for 53 days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested, and for 53 days he was tortured in prison. And I had to see the media hate speech against him, and it absolutely broke my heart that because I could see everything that was going on.
Yes, you knew the truth. You knew that everything that he...
The truth was that I was the center of the truth, because I was the victim, and of course there are many victims, but I knew the truth, and I could see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was.
Yes, you were the victim of Vinay Bharadwaj and the other anti-Hindu militants, but unfortunately, they were not the ones who were arrested. They were not the ones who were put in prison. It was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, who was arrested for the actions and criminal behavior of these anti-Hindu militant forces.
Exactly. And the truth being that even though the victim, that I was a victim that they wanted to put as a pawn, they didn't have a victim. There was no victim. They were still able to arrest the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, put a media attack against him. Their criminal activities went to the point of invading personal it's still, I could see, and I was just heartbroken at that point, seeing Swamiji go through so much for me ultimately, and for the other victims, and protecting us. He was not the person who raped anyone, and he's absolutely not even capable of that, and he stands as our guru and God. But
yes,
he,
despite facing so much of attack, so much of harassment, abuse, and illegal persecution, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the only one who was there to protect you, to take care of you, to attend to you and all the other victims in the ASMT community, all the other children and women who faced similar attacks like you.
I'm very clearly, also, I'd like to say again, I'm not the only one. I'm lucky enough to be able to be here today, protected by Swamiji and empowered by Swamiji to share my story with the world, share it with all of you. But I'm really saying to all of the viewers, I'm not the only one. There are so many victims just like me who were to the point even where they were so manipulated, so brainwashed, where they had not even, they were just absolutely silenced, and they couldn't do anything to, they had to, and I don't know where they
share their
are.
story and get justice for what they went through.
Yeah, and ultimately there are people who had to disidentify almost with the ASMT community and with being devotees and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism because of how much they manipulated it, how much the terrorists, the anti-Hindu militant forces had manipulated them. They had to,
give them so much of insecurity and fear for their life about what will happen to them.
Exactly. And I know because I was in that position. If by Swamiji's grace, he had not stepped in at that point, banned Vinay from, speaking to me, if I had not been protected, and if the temple administration had not gone to all extents to make sure, then I know that I would have had to, that would have had to happen to me, and I would have had to
also been silenced. You would have also been
silenced. And who knows, maybe, sold off to a child trafficking ring by now. Honestly, I'm saying I know there are other victims, children, women, and so many others who actually, I know that, and unfortunately
face similar situations to you.
Yeah, and I know that, and they're not able to come forward even at this point to share their story, to even to start their recovery process as a victim and reclaim their true identity, reclaim, their humanity, their source, the goodness and pureness that they feel inside of themselves. They're not even able to do that. I know, because by the grace of Swamiji, I've been able to heal. I've been able to, be protected by this ecosystem. And even after so many, 5 years, I was able to take refuge in the Adi Kailash and, start to re-engage myself with life, actually, and heal myself from the worst kind of trauma, from the worst kind of, depression, from suicide attempts. Like, I was extremely vulnerable, weak, and victimized. And Swamiji had literally given me a blessed me to heal and recover. Has given me such a beautiful way to.
And that is the reason you were actually, I'll just want to take one step back. Because of Swamiji's empowerment and strength, that was a reason you were able to stand up for yourself and fight back and actually file a case for your rape. Go ahead.
Exactly. And it was not because I was even after, I can say, even after I had filed the case, I wanted to fight for my right and against what Vinay had done to me. So I filed the case. I asked my parents. We had gotten all the resources to be able to file the case. And thankfully in 2012, Vinay was sentenced to, with all the evidence and the testimony, my sharing, after going to court, after a 2-year court battle, basically, we're finally able to win the case in 2012. And we have the legal papers even to show that of his sentencing. He was sentenced to 57 months in the Washington State prison, and which is actually one of the worst prisons in the whole in the whole of United States. And he was after that deported to India. And
so this was, unfortunately, you were one of the only victims who was able to actually file a case and win your case. Most of the other victims are probably silenced by now, and unfortunately he's not the only conspirator. Right.
Yeah. And they're still absolutely silenced. And ultimately that is why I'd like to share my story, share what I'd gone through, and share ultimately what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sacrificed for protecting each and every one of us. And I'd like to say also that in the case, like, I had gone through, the Vinay had successfully convinced his defense lawyers that I was brainwashed, that everything about, and he was trying to convince what kind of, a scheme that he was trying to do. He had convinced his lawyers, and I had to undergo one of the most brutal interrogations that the court in Washington State has ever witnessed. And even my lawyer and the prosecutor even said that it was one of the worst cross examinations that they've ever seen against a child. And I guess I was 16 years old, but it was one of the most brutal ways to interrogate.
Despite you being the victim, you were the one who was interrogated in the situation.
Yeah, in court, they were asking me questions, like asking me these absolutely foul questions against my guru. They were forcing me, trying to push me to tell that I'm lying for Swamiji, and trying to say that I'm trying to file a case against Vinay, which is of course the truth of what happened, and that I'm lying against Vinay because Swamiji is trying to protect himself or whatever it was. And that was absolutely not the case. Vinay had tried to even get me tested to prove that I was brainwashed, means psychologically tested to prove that I was brainwashed. Even those tests in the legal court in the US didn't go through. And even in the legal court, the attorneys and everyone said that this is not valid because she was, there's so many reasons. They were actually saying that the Hindu ecosystem, everything. Yeah,
so you were saying you were being brainwashed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was nowhere even in the same vicinity, and Vinay, who was continuously daily seeing you day in and day out, manipulating and talking to you nonstop, was innocent in this situation. He was presenting himself in that way.
And I'd like to also tell the viewers and make sure that this is very clear known, because perhaps of USA court and the maybe a slightly more straightforward processes in the USA, the cases in the USA, because I had filed a case as a victim and as a child, I filed a case against Vinay. After that, subsequently, the California state had recognized that Vinay Bharadwaj was a attacker, an abuser, a child molester and rapist. And they recognized that. They saw that the cases that he was filing in the United States were false, and they stopped it, and he was fined $50 million.
The cases against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the same cases that he had filed in India.
Exactly. The same cases that were filed in India, the same cases that were, and actually it's not that in India victims did not stand, because there are victims who stood and didn't get justice.
Victims of Vinay Bharadwaj and his co-conspirators.
Yes, and of the co-conspirators and his and the other leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces. Each and every one of them, victims did stand. I'd like to name some names: Ma Nithyananda Swami and Ma Nitya Supriyananda Swami, Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami, Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami, Ma Nitya Jnanatmananda Swami. All of them are victims who stood, who filed cases, who did file, but the judicial system, the media, the corruption which is inherent in the system is not seeing that, did not deliver the justice. That is why it came to the point where we had to go to every single opportunity, every single place. There's no justice still served for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for what happened.
Or any of the victims of the ASMT community, any of the women, any of the children who were victims of the anti-Hindu elements and who were victims of the co-conspirators who were trying to attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who were trying to destroy the ASMT community by targeting women and children, by targeting the most vulnerable population within the community.
Exactly. And I just would like to present to the viewers direct contrast between the United States, what happened there, and what's happening back home in the place where Hinduism originated, where Hindus, you would expect that Hindus would be celebrated and welcomed and at least given proper human decency. But in the United States, the same cases, the same thing was treated in a much more straightforward way. And I'm not asking for favors, of course, just be straightforward and deliver justice where it's needed. And
Yes.
that contrast is extremely
Dark and apparent.
Yes, but
Yes. What the US was able to deliver, the justice that you were able to receive in the US, other victims who were living in India did not receive that same justice, did not receive the justice that they deserved for the suffering that they went through at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces.
Yes, and after 5 years, I came back to. 5 years, I was living in the United States. We were just trying to be involved in the temple in USA. I was thinking that I wanted to go to college and so forth, but it came to the point where I was needing recovery, needing healing from trauma. So I decided that I would come to Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetam in India, in Bengaluru, and just take refuge and start to heal myself and at least start to regain some kind of a feeling of purity and goodness in my soul. And in the Adinam, with that ecosystem, is such a powerful ecosystem that and the community, and being able to be trained, guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and also by the loving, beautiful community that is all that literally lives and exists there. I was able to finally find that in my life and feel powerful like I did when I was, before everything had happened before, and when I was 7 years old.
Yes. So after nearly 5 years, maybe 6 years of suffering from maybe what you can call as post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, you were able to finally find that healing after returning back to Swamiji's homes, to the Adinam in Bangalore, to Adi Kailash, and find recovery and finally find some healing and peace in yourself.
Yes. And I can say more so than I have ever felt in my life. I was able to feel hope for my life and the future. And I wanted to dedicate my life to at least what Swamiji has given me, to give that to other women and children, and wanted to live for that, because I felt very strongly that there was nothing else that was worth living for. And that gave me purpose in life, which was the most powerful thing. After returning, after having gone back to India, even then, in so many different, every single year, every few months, we would undergo attack as a whole community. In Trishulam, Chennai, where I was living in Trishulam, Chennai on a project to work on the biography of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And I was living there. While I was living there, we were brutally attacked by a gang, by literally a mob. It was a mob lynching attempt, I can say very clearly, and stoned, like literally the Salem witch trials. We were stoned, and we had to all take hiding inside of our the camps where we were staying.
So sorry, I want to interrupt you for a moment. So in Trishulam Adinam in Chennai, you were staying there working on a project, and during that time you were attacked by who exactly, and what was the situation? Can you just quickly explain to the viewers exactly what had happened and why it was happening.
Yes. So what was happening ultimately there was, it was a land dispute, again, what they were trying to say. But ultimately, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was trying to establish in a very impoverished and neglected community a Hindu ecosystem to empower the community. And it was very clear that the anti-Hindu militant forces had wanted to literally destroy that. And because of that, they had created so much of media hatred. They also had
Incited hatred in the local community, and so much of
yes. And they had instigated mob violence against the women who were living there. We were all women, and we're all sannyasis. We're all Hindu women. Sannyasis are Hindu nuns who had taken up all of this as a lifestyle. And it was just devastating to see that after having gone through everything, there was still more we were going through. And no matter where we go, every single few months, it's happening again and again. And on social media, the trolls and the hate that spreads is just vile and inhumane, but absolutely desensitized to the world, to the public, to the mainstream knowledge. And that ultimately is why even though today, after such a long time, the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized by the UN, still there's so much more we need to do in order to revive Kailasa and get justice, and also protect Hindu women, a dying culture, and a genocide which is completely unseen.
A silent genocide that most Hindus themselves do not know about. The attack on the ASMT community and the women and children of the ASMT community are not aware of the ongoing attack, the ongoing genocide of their own community, of the entire ASMT community, who, by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is reviving this tradition, this Vedic tradition, this Hindu tradition that would be left unseen to the world if it was not for the work and mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, exactly. And once again, I'd really like to plead to all the viewers. First of all, I really thank you for having listened to my story. And Manite Purna Priyananda, really thank you for helping me share this story, helping me be comfortable to share with all the viewers my story about what happened, and the truth in the most real form. And I'd like to thank all the viewers for taking your time, for being listening during this time, and for allowing me to express my story completely. And I request each and every one of you to stay listening, to take action, at least in the form of sharing even the link where the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We need to make at least this known to the world, known to every single media channel that continuously poses hate against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, known to so many different anti-Hindus, the criminals out there, that we are there still, and we will continue to contribute to the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will continue no matter what. And I really request—
Yes, and the violence that the ASMT community has faced, and the women of the ASMT community have faced, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has faced, has been finally recognized to the world through the UN. And it is our responsibility now to share this with everyone, to share what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone over the past 2 decades of non-stop attack and persecution simply for trying to revive this sacred tradition, simply trying to empower Hindu women, Hindu children to live this enlightenment lifestyle.
Yes.
Yes.
So I once again thank all of the viewers for listening and giving your time. And
we will be back at 8 a.m. IST for another segment to hear more about the persecution against the Supreme Council of Hinduism and the ASMT community and the women and children of the ASMT community. Yes. So thank you all for your time, and please do join us at 8 a.m. IST. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavati